it all the time for a month, just because I needed some watch hours. And it's like herding cattle or herding sheep, herding cats, pardon me, herding sheep, herding cats to get everybody to be on the same page. Like, okay, I'm going live now, and here's the link and all of this kind of stuff. Meaning, it's really difficult to get real people to do it. It's so much easier with bots. You just put the link into the bots, and then all the bots come in. You just need processing power, server power, and accounts to do that. And then you're able to charge huge amounts of money. And so, what other evidence I have? It's just the three. I get people in here all the time who tell me they bought for these guys. Secondly, there's the website botted.wtf that tells you um, real figures. And thirdly, um, the, like I've seen guys who have made videos that just are like, hey, everybody's doing this. Watch, I'll show you how it's done. And then all of a sudden, and I've got to say as well, the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, he has said it himself. I've heard him say, we know that people are botting. There's not a lot we can do about it, except we don't pay people on the botting numbers. We pay them on the real numbers on ours. So that's another thing. Right? He knows his biggest streamers are botting, and he doesn't want to put him into it. He very easily could with a capture system. But currently, he knows that if he did that, his website would go from looking like it had 100,000 people on it simultaneously to 14,000. He doesn't want to do that. Are you sure that's not 500K? Oh, okay. And he has like 1 million followers or something like that, right? There you go. Okay, so I'm going to it now as well. And okay, so yeah, I see. Yeah, exactly. He's glad. Yeah, and I'm not saying that. Okay, so but they could have a better system too. So um, that you can't necessarily guarantee anything of who's doing what. Um, that's it, perhaps, and that's exactly it. And you know what though? They don't really care because they know your average person doesn't know about body.wtf. They just care about the number that their viewers are seeing. That's all they care about. So I can say to you, um, I can sell you 10,000 bots for per hour for, let's say, $1,000, and they're just crappy bots, or good bots, but it's $5,000 or $10,000 an hour. You're gonna say, just give me the $1,000, even though I'm worth $100 million or whatever. Nobody's paying attention to this anymore. Nobody's gonna ban me. I'm too big of I'm an industry in myself. All I care about is the number. I don't care if they're legitimate people or not. And even still, what botted that WTF may consider to be legitimate, some other kind of service may see it to be illegitimate. You get what I'm saying? So, but yeah, like when I saw this, I recognized that this is a pay-to-play game, which it shouldn't be, but it is, and that's why it's so difficult for me to get in there. Like, um, the thing that happened with Kick with me, I thought Kick was going to be a really good opportunity for me, but they don't like the way that I stream. When I stream, I have like 33 different devices. I want each one of the, I multi-stream from each of the devices. So that means I need 33 different accounts. They don't like that. They like one person, one account. Well, guess what? When I first started streaming on there, I was doing one account per device that I had, which was like anywhere between 10 and 30 devices at any given time. And they had to change their terms and conditions to basically say one person, one account. And when they did that, and I learned that they weren't saving my streams, they only save streams for 30 days. Well, then it just becomes kind of a, in my opinion, kind of a garbage service that you're not archiving this for long periods of time, and it's a pay to play game. Basically, I need to bot myself to be able to get to the front of the page so that people watch what I do. And at that point, I just was like, you know what? I'm just going to start botting this platform myself and just using it as a self promotion platform because it's essentially just Twitch. It's the exact same thing as Twitch. I'll keep a good name on Twitch and then just use Kick to promote myself. And I'm the most notorious spammer in the history of the platform. In fact, you can say the N word on Kick, you can say Hitler on Kick, but you cannot say Rabbi Rothschild. If you type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild on Kick, it, the message says immediately it says deleted by moderator. For anybody, that's not one person. I've been black, like my name is um, not publishable on their platform. And I think that's the highest compliment they could pay me. Like, I'm bigger than Hitler on the Kick. Exactly. And but I still, I don't spam people. I just create clips on them, which I feel is in its own way more devastating because I can put links to my Discord in there. I can promote myself on YouTube, and those links, those clips, get picked up on on search engines, and it's not like just spamming somebody's chat where somebody can just ban you and let you go or whatever. This stays on their channel until they delete it, so they have to manually delete it, which I think is pretty ingenious as well. I think it's absolutely hilarious myself, and I I consider it one of the highest compliments that I've ever gotten from a platform that persona non grata on there, which is cool. I mean, it's whatever. At least it's on YouTube. Um, so anyway, um, what am I doing now? I am setting up my these automatic emailers, and so I was able to get approximately like 27,000 email addresses, which is a lot of email addresses. I mean, that's like a town in America. It's like a small to medium sized town. And now I'm just having these things fire off emails. And I do know that they work. I did have one guy who did an AI podcast who was like, "You're quite a character. I was looking through your stuff. I might be interested in having a discussion." And if I, that's fine. I mean, that was like after one day of doing this. So it's like I just have to keep doing this. And I know that these emails are going to the spam box, but it's almost like that's okay. Um, People do occasionally check their spam box, and especially if you have a podcast, you're more inclined to check your spam box because you recognize that there will be just some people whose emails go to that, and you have to just be aware. And some people just say, "Don't send anything to spam; just send everything to my inbox. I'll read it out." So, it's one of those things where I um, I'm just gonna let these bots go. And I say to myself, okay, if I had over the course of let's just say 24 hours, one person reply to me, that was only using one computer. Now if I use two computers and I do that for 365 days, that's going to be like more than 700 people who eventually are going to email me about being on their show or something like that. Like that's a lot of people. So, um, it's just I've got to see what works or whatever. And the one thing that I have to avoid doing, and I really don't, I'm always doing something, but from a promotion standpoint, but I just can't ever be like not have my computers going and I'm just sitting not promoting myself in any way because to me that's a waste. That's wasted time. I need to go viral. It's sooner better than later. So just keep um, I just need to keep the bots going, and eventually somebody's gonna see what I do. They're gonna recognize that it's a really big deal, and the rest is gonna be history. That's all. That's all I can do. That's all anybody can do. And with these podcasts that I've done, I just can't get too down on myself. If I run into issues on Saturday, um, I might look into perhaps like seeing if I could maybe get a new modem or something like that, or a new router. But I don't think that's the issue. You never know. Um, so that's what we've got going. And right now, I'm sending out those emails. Hopefully, these people uh, get them, and if they do, they connect with me. So, how about you? What time do you get done in the morning? Isn't what you do like pretty easy to have a robot do? I get that. I get that. But like, couldn't they also just buy the dough like already in a circle? I get what you're saying. Yeah, and so is the pizza that you guys make really good? Okay. I don't know who is considered kosher. Maybe the ingredients and such, but you generally need to have a kosher kitchen. And you would need someone to some type of oversight. But I'm not saying that you couldn't do it. You could, but you have a big. I mean, I know the big communities in the United States. There's no really big um, Orthodox community where you are. Maybe if one community wanted a party or something like that, maybe. But, okay. All right. Yeah. Um. I mean, it would just take. It's not like it's impossible to make your kitchen kosher. It's actually pretty easy. Um. It's just you'd have to remove all of the meat. You'd have to remove all of the cheese. You'd have to clean everything out very well. You'd have to use the auto clean on your um, oven. Generally, you might have to use a blowtorch on any kind of surfaces. Um, you could take you have to take boiling water and put it on all of the surfaces, and then you could buy kosher ingredients. Um, Generally, if you're going to have meat, then you would have to have what's called uh, heart of cheese, which is not made from dairy. Or if you're just doing cheese pizzas, then you couldn't have meat there. But yeah, it could be done. And just depending, like the 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 communities in which I'm a part, one has a kitchen, one doesn't. So some of them do have kitchens themselves, and they can probably do it in house, but another one might not be able to. It just depends. But that's interesting that you do that. Um, yeah, so you know, do what you can while the money's available. I'm not saying that uh, I'm saying what you're doing is smart. That it's a position. There's not a lot of stress on you, and from their position, they could be paying more for all of this stuff, but they're not stupid. They're probably like, look, we pay Paul X amount of money every whatever night. We know that it's in good hands. We know that he does it the way that we want, and whatever you're making plus the price of dough that you're using is probably less than being able to buy the dough in the pre-made circle. It's a pretty easy math equation. And so long as you're able to fit in that, do it as long as you can. Oh, well, that's phenomenal, man. Well, that's a big deal. Okay, so when do you anticipating that's going to happen? Oh, and what do you want to do with that? Okay. Sure. So that's something long term that you can build on and have a very successful life. That's good. Do you find the work is hard? The electrical engineering work? Yeah. Oh, do you find the electrical engineering work to be difficult? Like, is it hard to study for all that stuff? Okay. But you're getting, but you're, but you're getting through it. Okay. So you're making it. Um, C's get degrees. Once you pass, nobody cares about what your GPA is, unless it's a. Um, um, I can tell you this: I've hired in my time. I've hired hundreds of people, just in startups, in the corporate world, and academia, in a lot of different roles. And I have never once asked a candidate what was your GPA. But one time, maybe one or two, just a handful of times maybe, I've seen somebody with like a 4.0 and they'll put that on their resume. I think I've even seen somebody with like a 3.99 or something like that. Like, okay, that's an impressive GPA. Aside from that, nobody can. Um, yeah, um, it was just different. My life was very rigid and very um, how would I say, like, I go to shul, and well, I'd wake up, I would pray, I would go for a run. I'd wake up at 3:33 in the morning, so like really early in the morning. I'd wake up, go to shul, the synagogue, wake up, pray, go for a run, put on a suit and tie, be at shul by um, as early as 5:55, but usually about 6:15. Um, Shoppers for morning prayers start at 6:30 and usually go to about 7:40 every morning. at least Sunday through Friday. Then I would go to work. Um, there were some jobs that I had that I liked more than others. Um, some paid more, than others. I've worked in Orange County. I've worked in Los Angeles County, and just depending on the commute that I would have. I worked as an accountant and controller for an organization, and I really enjoyed my morning commute. I could take the 405 freeway and it would be a 10-minute commute, or I could take the side streets and it would be a 30-minute commute. And just about every day I would take the 30-minute commute. Even though it was longer, I could listen to the radio and it was just neat to see the town get ready and everything. And I really loved it. Um, and then when I would work in Los Angeles County, um, I think of my commute was like really right at 30 minutes. If there wasn't any traffic. And then, um, I'd work for 8 to 10 hours or whatever it would be. And then we'd have evening and night services at the school, and that's another. I'd have to commute back to Irvine, and then from there we would have also many mornings as well. I would take classes in the morning. It's a daily Talmud study course. We should attend Talmud study at night. So I would do that. We would have Chumash or Torah study regularly. And then I was taking additional language classes and then I had partner study. So it was very rigid. My day from like 3:30 in the morning until basically about 10 p.m. was like the same every single day. And it was,
You don't sleep for 5 hours?
yeah, I mean, that was just how I am. Like when I'm rolling, I feel like okay, I would rest on Shabbat, so I would take a long sleep on Shabbat. So Shabbat's different too. I would usually go to a friend's house or usually a rabbinical colleague's house within my community, and I was doing this every single week, so it was just like a regular thing. So it's really interesting with how Orthodoxy works. We don't drive on Shabbat, so I have to leave work early and I have to make arrangements with whatever organization I'm with. And especially in the winter when the sun sets earlier, at least in Irvine, I'd have to, like the sun, the earliest it sets on a Friday night is right at the solstice, the winter solstice. And I can even tell you, it's like 4:14 p.m. Like I know that number. That's the earliest I would do. So I would leave work about 3, and I had some employers who were amazing, and then other employers who were really difficult about it. Who I probably could have sued if I wanted to, for like if you're not like if somebody requests to take it off and you give it to them, you're not supposed to give them a hard time about it. And but nevertheless, that's not my nature. Uh, but uh, just kind of I've seen both the best of both worlds in that. So I'd have to get my car to my house, and then I'd have to walk to synagogue, and it depends which one I was going to. So there was one 30 minutes, a 30-minute walk away. There's another 10-minute walk away. The one that's a 10-minute walk away is the big one, but I would go to the small one because I wanted to support them. I wanted more of the community. It was more intimate. Um, so, and then usually like there's all kinds of prayers and stuff on Friday night, and then we got a really nice dinner, and I would be in bed about 11 p.m. or so, and then I would help. Before I became a rabbi, I had what's known as a rabbi role, a similar role, which is basically the right hand person of the rabbi. And so I would set up the shul for Shabbat morning, which means taking out the Aron Kodesh, the Ark of the Covenant, and ensuring that the mantles or the cloths are on all the tables, and ensuring um, the the uh, supplying the uh, the books that we have. in the right position, and how we felt the garments that we wear, making sure that they were folded and ready and everything for everybody. And so I would have to go to, I would wake up early on Saturday, and usually about an hour early to get everything set up for the community. And then from there, Orthodox services are pretty long. So they can, within like Hasidic communities in which I've been a member, they can be like 6 hours long on a Saturday. For some more modern Orthodox, they're still 4 hours long, generally, depending on 3.5 to 4 hours long. So that's a lot of time. Most people are like, oh, well, our service is just like an hour. So like, that's not an Orthodox Jewish service. So then from there, we have Kiddush, which is like a lunch spot. And then I would sleep, which is where you're supposed to study, but also rest on Shabbat. I would sleep from like usually like maybe like 2 to like 6 or 7, 8, depending on where the sun is. And then there's a service that we have in evening services, and then something called Kabbalah, which is like the separation, basically starting out the new week. My life was just really, really rigid within that community setting. My life now is much different. It's like, I don't want to say it's a free for all, but like right now it is 4:36 Pacific time, and I don't have anything for today. So what's my plan for today? I will sleep in a little bit. Hopefully God will. Actually, I'll probably pray because I pray at sunup. Even if it means I'm going to sleep during the day, I'll get my prayers in. And then, then once I wake, I have to make sure my streams, like my streams, I don't my first priority is prayer, but my streams are really important to me, so I have to make sure that they are going. That's something I didn't have previously, um, and so at least every 12 hours I have to restart them. I have to babysit them a little bit, and my life is much more open and free. In terms of which do I like, the really rigidness or the more free version? Frankly, it's called the happiest within a religious standpoint I've ever been was when my life was most rigid. I really enjoyed it. It was like every single aspect of my life was predetermined, basically, and I really loved that environment. But this is fun too. Um, in the back of my mind, this is how I see it. When my life was really, really rigid, I was a controller of an organization, which is like a chief accountant, and I was making okay money, nothing crazy. Um, People get surprised that many times don't make that much money. And then I got in more into tech, and I was making 6 figures and doing that. And then I took other positions and making more money. But the the idea was that the money wasn't what was making me happy. What was making me happy was the rigidness and just the structure that it gave me. However, if I were working in that job right now, I would never be able to own a home. I would never be able, at least not in California, but most places probably. I would. Uh, the, I wasn't going to be able to save that much, etc., etc. With this role, there's an opportunity, and I would say this really as forthright as I can tell you, Ken, there's a chance I could be the richest man on earth. And it's like, okay, how, Rabbi, are you going to do that? Data, according to The Economist magazine, in 2017 overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource. It wasn't Tesla, it wasn't SpaceX stock, it was data. And I have more data archived on the internet than anything else. There's going to be some major value in that. And if anything, I will be able to utilize all of the money and finances that I make from this stream, God willing, and I'll be able to get that structured life back, but also have the nicest house in Irvine or Newport Beach or wherever I want to live, and have everything that I need. So basically, I'll be able to get that life back and have the best of both worlds. I'll have the ability to live stream everything that I want, but then also have the finances and the support and the structure to be able to live a really tight life like I like. So, in answer to your question, I really like the structure. However, the structure doesn't have the lottery ticket at the end. You work in a job for 30, you know what I mean, 30 years, and I was never going to make more than $1 million a year. Uh, it was going to take me, several years at least to make that. And that's with taxes and everything, blah, 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 blah. With live streaming, it's like a lottery ticket. If it hits, the sky's the limit. It hits big time. And, you know, it's it's a different thing than if I were to say to you, I think I'm going to go viral because I'm so good looking or I'm so funny. No, 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 no. Those are all subjective things. Data is data. Data is value. And exactly, 100%. That's an excellent way to look at it. And so I can have the confidence to say it's just a matter of time. And I've said this to myself. I don't know how I'm going to go about it. Will it be from a podcast? Will it be from people listening to a podcast and then going to my YouTube channel or going to my Discord? Like, which thing could I blow up at? Once people realize what I've done, it's the biggest event in the history of the internet. The only thing that I think could be bigger is alien disclosure, and I talk about that and I push for that. So I'm almost related to that subject as well. And like, how do I want to describe it? Just for your perspective, like, uh, like, I'm not talking YouTube. I'm talking just what I've done on Instagram. I have over 200 Instagram accounts and over 1,000 TikTok accounts. And on those accounts, I literally have years of my life archived just on Instagram, which is like a really interesting thing. But it's like, okay, well, aside from just long form video, what have you done on Instagram? I have a lot of IRL content on Instagram where I'm at the beach or I'm at the pharmacy or I'm at the store or whatever. Because when I do short form videos, usually that's easier for me to do than on YouTube. YouTube, you need like 50 followers, and you used to need more followers for to go live on YouTube, but Instagram used to be you didn't have to have anybody. Now they've changed it. Now you have to have 1,000 people. And TikTok used to have 1,000 people. Now TikTok changed it. I think you just need 100 or something. Maybe even 200. But basically they flip flop. And when people see uh, how much just musically I've done on my streams, it's like tonight I might have sung like I don't know. I made like I made like 10 or 12 videos just singing songs. Um, and then uploading them to Instagram, and it's like, well, they have zero views. Actually, I shouldn't say they have zero views. I got a bunch of likes just random. I don't pay attention to that. But I have sung every major song on this stream, and also I made a robot that would, for months on end, take. It has over. I've created over 20,000 videos using random songs. Every song that you can think of. Every Taylor Swift song, every Elton John song, every Elvis Presley song, even like really small rappers that just randomly got their stuff uploaded to TikTok, and I made videos with them. And so I think that it's a huge treasure chest or treasure hunt that people are going to be able to go on. That it's like, oh, you mean he's not just sleeping? No, there's like a huge amount of content that people will be able to see and I think really value. And that's going to be, I think, really exciting for the world. And on top of that, um, there are the things that we talked about yesterday, just my blog and how the ideas that I have may have an impact on society because this stream gives me a platform to be able to discuss those things. I was looking to get married about 5 years ago or so. Not really hard. I just was dipping my toe in it to be like, okay, we'll see what happens. But women are really expensive. I wanted to be able to provide for children who had private schooling, certainly Orthodox communities, and I wanted to be able to have a nice house and all these things. And it was like, that's not realistic with just your middle class job. In order to do that, at least in Southern California, you either need a major inherited wealth or you need to have one of these superstar like jobs. And while I don't do this for the money, this is a superstar like job where all this thing has to do is hit. And if it does, it's going to change the world. And that's what really, like, you had said to me, what do you like more, that structured life or this one? The structured life at the end of the tunnel, there was no, it was going to be work for another 40 years or whatever, even into my like old age because, like everything gets more and more expensive. This one, when my head hits the pillow every night, I can go to bed smiling, thinking I'm one day closer to the light at the end of the tunnel, and this blows up, and I can make all my dreams come true and help a lot of needy people in the world. That's a really exciting thing. So, from a mental standpoint, I really enjoyed the freeness of this lifestyle that I enjoy. And really, I'd like to combine them in the future and teach people how to do it in the future, how to live a very orthodox life, but then have the finances and such to be able to share it with the world. So that's that's a really interesting thing. And as for the body.wtf, that's the answer why I haven't gone viral because I have all these people who are ahead of me, and um, but what I've got on all of them that they don't have on me is my stream network. I have data for AI to be able to study the biological data, the biometric data, the circadian rhythm data, the behavior data. Plus, I'm very funny. If uh, it may not be super funny with you, but immediately upon awaking, I say some prayers, and then I'm making jokes to the camera because I know I'm on camera, and I pretend that I'm doing play-by-play. Like John Madden and Pat Summerall or John Madden. Okay, so I pretend like with Kirk Herbstreit, I'll be like when I get out of bed, I'll be like, look at the athleticism on this athlete. Look at the agility. Look at his footwork. As I'm like, like groggy and just like walking around. But that's going to be really funny to people because, it's like even this person who just awoke is able to make jokes about whatever they do. And would I normally do that off camera? No, I would be quiet. But I know I'm on camera and the camera affects my behavior to some extent, um, in some ways, because I'm playing to the camera. So there will be the issue when people study this from a biological standpoint in the future. They may say, um, well, some of this data is going to be skewed because you knew you were on camera, but that's fine. There are a lot of people out there. We have their data, and they don't know they're on camera. They're just from random closed circuit televisions or whatever. For mine, I'm letting you into my mind, what I'm thinking at the time. And in order to do that, you have to know that I'm on camera because nobody does that under normal circumstances. And I think people will think it's really fun. And they'll think the art aspect of it is really interesting, the singing and the dancing and all the things that they do. And then the watching the movies. Did you see the movie Michael, by the way? Just asking.
Yeah, yeah. I
What
had to go into the theater. I just forced it.
word, Doug? What did you think of it?
It wasn't bad.
I liked it a lot, but I like Michael Jackson in it, so that could be why I liked it so much. Yeah, dude, the soundtrack is like probably one of the best soundtracks of any movie ever.
Yeah, it was a good watch. I will never. I could never watch it in theaters because I'm not ever paying like $20 to $30 to watch a movie once when I could go
Yeah,
to
say no more.
Pirate Bay and
Yeah, I don't even know why you don't need a torrent. You, you know what F movies is?
yeah. But I just like I like getting like good quality scores, especially on like private records.
I get
It's
that.
nice to because with streaming, like whether it's not exactly the best quality.
I get that, and I totally understand that. Um, I'm watching it on a phone with very low sound because I don't want to get a copyright strike, and so because of that, I don't record it. But I get what you're saying.
Do you ever like just sit there and
So I can, but then people come in here and then they're like, rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. They're yelling for me. And but yeah, I watch Disclosure Day, I want to say with my friends at some point. Um, and I can, but again, then I miss what's going on with people in here. There's some people who, it's one thing if they know who I am and what I do, and they're like, oh, I'll just come back. But for those people who are only here one time, I don't want to miss out. It's really important that I'm able to talk to them and explain to them what I do. Because there's a chance that they may never come back. And so that's my, that's like important to me. That's still my primary um, focus. But yeah, I've watched some stage TikTok, and I thought Michael was really, really good. Here's the thing: it was an hour and a half long. We know that there's going to be another hour and a half long. They could have had so many more events. I feel in the first movie that they didn't have, but his life was just so packed with history that like they didn't have time to put it in. Like what? Like I think he during the '80s dated Madonna and maybe Cindy Lauper and um, Brooke Shields. Like each one of those could have been a scene. You know what I mean? Or like his feud with Prince. There was none of that. But they definitely could have made all of those really good scenes, or like just him going to like they did the scene where he went to the toy store and was like buying a bunch of toys, and that's cool. But they could have had him like buying a Ferrari. Like the first time he would just be like, "Yeah, I'll just take the red one," and they're like, "Okay, well, um, which Ferrari?" He'd be like, "Whatever one's the most expensive. I just want it to be in red." He would really care about the color. He wouldn't care so much about the horsepower, whatever it would be, like that kind of stuff. Just his like how wealth affected him and how he wasn't like that grounded in terms of like just some of this, I don't know, or just like how they had like the thing where he gave an autograph to the mom of that kid or whatever at the toy store, but there could have been a lot of scenes like that, or just him going to dinner or whatever. There were no scenes like that because they had to fit so much in, and it was to me like I just I thought it, I thought Jafar Jackson did a really good job. He sounded like Michael Jackson. He of course looked pretty much like Michael Jackson. He danced like Michael Jackson. I'm glad they didn't take the Michael Jackson songs and have somebody else sing them. They were like what we know to be the Michael Jackson songs. So, um, and I love biopics. I feel like I'm not wasting my time with some kind of fictional movie. I'm like seeing that something that really basically took place
yeah,
generally, and
especially since it was Michael Jackson, that he was like they didn't mention Michael Jackson.
Eddie sounds like him, and they
Looks like just
do
like
like him.
he looks just like Michael Jackson. It's crazy.
Exactly. I was looking on the subreddit of the Jacksons, and it's like, is it possible for Jafar Jackson to keep the legacy going? Like a lot of people thought, okay, the Jackson family kind of dies out with Michael Jackson, but not really. If Jafar Jackson starts getting some more work, he could be not as big as Michael Jackson, but he could be Janet Jackson, or like, or bigger. Um, if he becomes a big actor, and I think he'll get some roles. It's not like no one's gonna, like he's Michael Jackson's nephew. Like everybody's gonna want him for roles. Even before he did this movie, he would be a high demand person. So
And he's like in his 20s still too.
right. So I think that he could continue the legacy. And the one thing I did not like about the movie, and this is so minor, is I think it's 2026. We could make a chimpanzee look more realistic than it did. It just looked,
Yeah, I remember that.
it looked,
The CGI, yeah.
yeah, it looked just like cartoonish. And I think that we're at the point where you could make that stuff look really realistic. Like I see stuff on with AI that I can't always tell if it's real or not on Instagram. If Instagram's able to do that, then the big screen should be able to do that. And I feel like they are like, well, we've been doing CGI this whole time. Well, try AI because it can be really realistic. And so that's the one part that, well, here's something though that they didn't have in the movie. Bubbles, the chimpanzee, and Michael Jackson on the concrete. There were always these discussions that they had where Michael Jackson would buy like a $10,000 seat for a chimpanzee, and people just thought this was ridiculous. Like that could have been a scene, you know what I mean? Like flying intercontinentally on a supersonic aircraft with a chimpanzee. That would have been a cool scene, but it's like they just didn't have time. And I don't know. I'm gonna be interested to see how the second one goes because this one was just all roses and sun pleased. You know what I mean? It was not. There was really nothing negative about this life that I saw. Did you see anything negative? Like
No.
it was all like perfect, and that's cool. But you can't do that with the second movie. So it's almost like I really enjoyed this movie, but part of the reason why I couldn't like it even more is because I know that bad stuff's about to happen. And but from a music perspective, I think it gets a 10 out of 10. From an acting perspective, I really thought, in addition to Jafar Jackson, Michael Jackson's parents, Catherine and Joe, the people who played them, I think Mia Long played the mom, and I forget the dad. They did a really good job. Like the Joe Jackson, the guy who played Joe Jackson, made you really not like him. The brothers did a good job. There were no romantic interests for Michael Jackson, which they could have played. They could have said like, he went on a date with so and so or whatever, because he did go on a date. But it was very well. They didn't. They didn't. That was that happened in the '90s.
Yeah.
So there was a something that was a point that was brought up. Will Priscilla Presley or no, will what's her name? Not Priscilla. Priscilla is uh, what's daughter's name? Um, who Michael Jackson married? Lisa Marie Presley. Well, Lisa Marie Presley's daughter, who's like a grown woman now, played Lisa Marie in the second movie, which is a good question. I think there could even be three movies, frankly. I know that they're just saying that, but you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot to cover still. There's, go ahead.
Do you think his, like Michael Jackson's children are actually like actually biologically his children?
Boy, that's a good question. They don't really look like it, but he,
And they don't like they look, it, like they look totally white. Like they don't resemble Michael Jackson in life.
yeah, and I've heard rumors that they weren't, that he basically um, maybe I don't know exactly what happened, but basically he had that relationship with that lady, and she was going to be the surrogate or whatever, and then basically give those kids to Michael Jackson, and that's what seemed like was happening, and then he raised it. Like it would almost be like you go to a dog breeder. I don't want to say they were like dogs anyway, but like you go to a dog breeder and you say,
Yeah.
I want these designer puppies, and even though I can't be their father or whatever, I want those dogs once they're born, and I'll give you X amount of money. Tammy Rowe, I think is her name, something like that. And they don't look like Michael Jackson, uh, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not good, but they there was also some kind of discussion that I heard that maybe he had, like they something like she she was doing some weird stuff, like um, And she's dealing with Michael Jackson at the height of all of his stuff. Let me look up like the theories. Are Michael Jackson's children not his? All right, the biological paternity of Michael Jackson's three children is a subject of significant public debate and conflicting reports, with no definitive public DNA test confirming or disproving them with his genetic link. Now, usually, if this is like a slam dunk, AI is going to be like, this is just a theory, or it's a hoax, or whatever. But this one, they're like, well, maybe. Um, so reports suggesting he's not the biological father. In 2009, shortly after Jackson's death, TMZ and other outlets reported that Jackson was not the sperm donor of any of the children who were all conceived via in vitro fertilization. Oh, it's not Tammy Rowe, Debbie. His ex-wife, Debbie Rowe, mother of Prince of Paris, stated in a 2000 interview that their marriage was a sham and that they never had sex and that she was artificially inseminated by an anonymous donor. So that's what it was to me. Like, why wouldn't you be like it was Michael Jackson's sperm or whatever? Um, Rumors have persisted that Jackson's dermatologist, Dr. Hannah Klein, or actor Mark Lester were the biological fathers of Prince and Paris, though both men have denied or provided vague responses to these claims. Some sources claim Rowe was also merely a surrogate and not the biological mother of her two children. Reports and statements suggesting he is the biological father. Michael Jackson himself stated in 2003 documentary Living Author that he used his own sperm cells for all three children, using a surrogate only for the third child. Legal experts and some sources agree that because Jackson was married to Rowe when Prince and Paris were born, he is legally presumed to be their father regardless of biological origin. Prince Jackson has also publicly defended his father's paternity, saying, "My dad is my dad through and through, same with my siblings." Yeah, but you don't know. I was alive. You were alive, but these kids weren't. Recent articles as of 2024-2026 often assert that the children are biological kids, attributing doubts to stereotypes about their appearance rather than genetics evidence. Look, I don't know, but I know what Michael Jackson looks like, and they don't look like him. I'm not even talking about the skin; they just don't look like him facially. And I
They
understand.
just don't look like him at all.
Yeah,
Not his face, not his skin. It's nothing resembles him.
yeah, exactly. And and so I think that if you were to ask me, they're probably not his kids, and but he loved them and they loved him, and there's not, that's that basically. But he was just into so much avant-garde stuff that it wouldn't surprise me in a bit, in any amount if they weren't his kids, and it wouldn't surprise me as well if they were his kids. But I don't know. But I think that this movie should be three parts. That you have like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, then the 90s to the 2000s, and then the 2000s to his death. I don't think they're going to do that though. I think it's going to be 90s to 2000s. But there's a lot in there. Okay, just off the top of my head, there's all the kid stuff, which would be like 50% of the movie. Uh, there's, he did like
The allegations.
the allegations, exactly. There's Free Willy. There's like all the music that he had in there. There's him with buying Neverland. There's him with like riding the rides and stuff and having like a zoo there. Like each one of these scenes takes 5 minutes at least in the movie, and then there's the, the allegations against him. Then there's the marriage to Priscilla Presley. Then there's the marriage to Debbie Rowe. Then there's the having of the kids. There's the infamous railing where he holds a blanket over the railing and almost drops him. And then there's going on tour. And then there's uh like the like I I want to say he did bigger tours in the 90s. Oh, there's him performing at the Super Bowl. Like each one of these is a really big event that they're just gonna have to basically gloss over because it's his movie, and I said it when I saw it. This movie should have been 5 parts if you really want to get in all of the cool things. Like, just like he did, he did music with Eddie Murphy, and they didn't cover any of that. You know, there was like he used to do this thing where like he lived near Santa Barbara, but he would just secretly wear a mask or something and drive to like Beverly Hills and just go to like a random hot dog vendor and just buy the hot dog, all the hot dogs that he could, or whatever. Like could have been hamburgers or whatever, and then like sneak around, just pretending like he was a normal person. And they're not going to have him. They just don't have enough time for him. But I don't know, the events that I just said with the Super Bowl and Debbie Rowe and Lisa Marie Presley and the children's allegations, and like, it's not just children's allegations, we've got 3 trials to go through. And then, and I didn't even mention the plastic surgery that, what in the fuck happened there? So, and then on top of that, you'd have to do his funeral. Like, okay, let's say each event takes 10 minutes. There's him buying Neverland Ranch, that's 10 minutes. Him riding on the rides, and let's say, like, with the zoo, that's 10 minutes. The first, like, sign of, like, children coming over and stuff, whatever, that's 10 minutes. That's 30 minutes right there. Uh, Burying Priscilla Presley, that's 10 minutes. Divorcing Priscilla Presley, that's 10 minutes. So we're at 50 minutes right now. We've got the first trial, let's say that's 10 minutes. Him buying stuff, he would go on these huge buying sprees and do like he did this interview where he just bought out like everything in Paris and in London. Um, that's 10 minutes. Him going on tour, like throughout the world, 10 minutes. We still haven't gotten to a single song yet. So we've got Free Willy. That's 10 minutes. Right there, we're at 90 minutes. So that's a movie right there. Um, we've got and no children have been born. We've got the second trial. That's 10 minutes. We've got the plastic surgery. That's 10 minutes. We've got his disagreements with record labels. That's 10 minutes. We've got the birth of his first child, second child, and third child. We just combine all of those. That's 10 minutes. We'll say Debbie Rowe as well. But that's a lot for me. Okay, so we're already at 130 minutes. And then we've got, what else do we have? Okay, and then his funeral, 10 minutes. So that's 140 minutes. And I know those trials are going to be longer than that. Maybe. I don't know. The family has a big say, and they just might want to cross over or whatever. Um, but we've got like him hanging out with Macaulay Culkin and um, Corey Feldman, and like that's got to be 10 minutes. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot to figure out, but I could easily see it being. It only would make sense if the movie would be a trilogy. They usually do movies in trilogies, but um, the family may say, "Look, oh, and I didn't put any songs in there, so that's got to be at least 10 minutes away." But the family may say, "Look, if you're gonna do this movie, all of the trial and stuff you can't. He's got to look innocent here, and I'm sure it'll probably look like that." So I don't know. If you were to tell me that they're actually going to make this 3 parts, that would make more sense to me, frankly. And especially with like when he goes on world tours, you know how big his tours were. It's just yeah. So that's a lot of music they're going to play and stuff. And he's got a lot of songs still that they have to put. And then that doesn't include anything with his family, like his dad and mom and all of that story that goes on, and his brother. And I don't know. To me, it would be like, why not make it a 3 part movie? that makes sense to me. But I don't appreciate that. But even even with all of that, that means you're not going to have scenes of the cool stuff that he would do, like like what? I don't know. He would like go to children's hospitals and like he did all kinds of stuff like that. Like uh, he would perform at like for like kids with cancer. There's just no time to do that in the movie.
Yeah. So I now thinking about it. Is so it's confirmed there's a second part.
Oh yeah, yeah. This movie was supposed to be just one movie, and they just realized there was too much to put into it, and they could probably milk it for a second. You even saw at the end of this first movie, it said his story continues, like history continues,
Yes.
and you know that it's going to continue. Um, and I heard that the family made them redo the like second half of the first movie. I think to make it look perfect. Like they could at least say, just watch Michael one or whatever you want to call it, because that's what his life was, and not get it all mucked up with all the other stuff. But the family had a big. They had like overall. I think it's called vinyl editing privileges or something like that, and they made them go back and redo some of it. So. Uh, maybe there's. I would really like to see a director's cut of to see like just the cool stuff that he would do. Like when they bought that house in Encino, they just show up one day. They move from being poor to like this massive house, but they don't really go into like like why did they choose to live there or it's just like basically one day it just says Los Angeles, California, and he's playing basketball with his buddies, and he's like driving like a Ferrari or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that like they could have gone into the, the uptick a little bit more. Um, they literally went from like his dad working in a steel factory to his dad never having to work again. Like they didn't show that celebration that you would have. Like they did it. They did. There was nothing like that. They didn't show the Jackson Five on the Ed Sullivan Show. Like that was a huge show. That if you were doing this movie correctly, the original one, the one that you and I saw, you would have that event. That was a really big event for the Jackson Five, but they didn't have that. I don't know. They Michael Jackson knew everybody. Okay, We Are the World. Do you know what I'm talking about? That Farm Aid 1984 thing that they did with like Lionel Richie and you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
They didn't go into that at all. But like, and I understand why, because at that event you had Bruce Springsteen and Cyndi Lauper and Hall and Oates and Billy Joel. Like they had all of these actors. You would have to get the rights for every single one of those people to show that scene. And they just, they were limited. But that was a big event of the '80s. So I don't know. I just think that they did the best that they could with the first part of it. But if you were to ask me, it was one of the best biopics I've ever seen. It's the highest grossing biopic of all time already. It beat out Oppenheimer. And kind of in its own way, I kind of think it's a little bit of a perfect movie. In terms of the music, the acting I thought was really good. The only thing that I didn't like was the monkey or the chimpanzee. And the fact that I know it's like have you ever been on a roller coaster and you're like going to up up and we're at the very peak but we know it's all downhill from here kind of, and they stop the movie right at the peak. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So um but I liked it, and I know not everybody liked it, but I mean, what a good soundtrack. It's basically all Michael Jackson's music and the Jackson 5. If you don't like that music, well then you're entitled to your opinion, but to me, that they didn't have any bad songs in it.
I think Michael Jackson has any bad songs at all. I'm not too big on like pop music or like that, but yeah, I mean, objectively, I just think Michael Jackson just does not have any bad songs. Like whether it's just Beat It, Billie Jean, Smooth Criminal,
Thriller, I Want You Back, like all this Jackson 5 songs. Like ABC. They couldn't even show ABC, it had to be at the end. ABC is one of the biggest songs when you think of the Jackson 5 or Michael Jackson. Or they had I'll Be There. Like, those are huge songs. I'm in agreement with you. I mean, I'm sure he put out something that wasn't good, but I could listen to all of Thriller and all those songs fat. And Sing It Bad, all of those songs fat. And I'm sure there's a Jackson 5 song that I don't like, but go ahead.
I find it interesting that Amy and Anwar covered "Smooth Criminal" in 2001 in his verse, and Sonny like downright like rejected it and like told them not to upload the song. But then somehow one of the managers for the band like sent Michael Jackson a cover of Smooth Criminal, and he liked the pop punk like cover of Smooth Criminal so much that he gave him the green light and gave him money to make it like a music video. I'm sure you know about that.
Oh, I wasn't familiar with all of that backstory. I do remember the music video, and I think that's fascinating.
Yeah, and Michael Jackson funded all of that because he liked their cover so much, their pop punk cover of Smooth Criminal that he funded the like everything.
Right there, that could be a scene in a movie. You know what I mean?
I mean, it is a very good cover.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. Another scene that they still have to work in, perhaps. Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog after getting advice on buying music rights from Paul McCartney. He outbid Paul McCartney for his own music. Well, don't you think that should be a scene in the movie?
Yeah,
But then that means you got to get the the approval of Paul McCartney to have that scene in the movie or somebody to play him. So they're probably not going to get that approval. I don't know. There's just a lot to it that I
doesn't
just
he still have unreleased music?
yeah, he has a lot of them.
Does his music still get released? Like with no release, like unreleased songs?
Um, well, I think there are a lot of remixes that they do. Uh, I haven't, to my knowledge, I don't remember an unreleased song, but I think they're still squeezing out his current tracks, and then eventually, 10 years from now, they'll be like, oh, we found in the Michael Jackson archives all this unreleased music, and then they'll put out another, um, you know, uh, album about it. They did the same.
Which they had already ran all those songs to the
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Do you remember, like, I don't know, 20 years ago, probably, they put out an Elvis song called A Little Less Conversation?
No.
Okay, so Elvis died allegedly in 1977. But then, 30 years after his death, they put out a new song with Elvis Presley, which did really well. And I think they'll do the same with Michael Jackson. It just takes time.
Elvis made like in his early 90s if he was still alive.
We'll get the exact date.
He died at like his like at like 42 in 1977.
Elvis would be today. 91.
Yeah, so 91 is right.
Um, I remember when Michael Jackson married Lisa Marie. It was like this merging of music empires that you just thought was gonna create this mega story of influence. Like Lisa Marie's child and Michael Jackson's child, people would think would be like the most talented kid ever. But it turned out that they kind of had just a loveless marriage and they never procreated. But can you imagine if that had gone the way that the fairy tale would have wanted it to go? To have somebody out today who was Lisa Marie Presley, Elvis's grandson, and Michael Jackson's son.
Do you think Michael Jackson is gay?
Um,
Or maybe not gay, but just like asexual?
yeah, that's what I think. I think, I mean, so there's this person who comes into the, well, you know him, Riser, that guy from Canada. Um, he and I did a
Yeah.
thing earlier this year where we just watched a bunch of documentaries on, there's a website called like freedocumentaries.net or something. And the number one
Yeah.
documentary on this website is this Michael Jackson documentary. And it's like, why is this Michael Jackson documentary bigger than like all these other documentaries? We watched it, and it really gives a different look on all of those accusations that they had on Michael Jackson. And if you watched it, there is a world of, that I think a reasonable person could have where Michael Jackson was completely innocent. And like, what's the documentary about? It's like how there were these people who had a really messy divorce, and in New York City, and the father had a lot of influence on the son. And Michael Jackson met this family at the at like some music signing or something, some record signing thing. And um, the dad was really pushing the kid to like hang out with Michael Jackson, and um, basically they saw this as a really good opportunity to make money, and basically pushed the kid to say that Michael Jackson had abused him. But then the kid went back and said it wasn't true. And
Yeah,
the
I know that. That's a whole thing of the man, I guess I think maybe he's being secretive with saying that, yeah, let's say that Michael Jackson, abused Michael did.
right, and there's somebody else who hung out with Michael Jackson's or with that kid. They went both went to NYU or something together, and she was like, he told me that it wasn't true or whatever, but his parents put him up to it. There were just some things like that. And then, so once you could see that they were trying to set him up that way, and then subsequently, everybody saw it as a cash grab. And Michael Jackson paid like $20 million to get that to go away because his lawyers basically said if you fight this in court, it's going to cost you $30 million. So just write it off. Basically, it was like a business decision. Now you would hear Michael Jackson had a button in his room. He had like a two-story bedroom, like a really weird bedroom. But he was Michael Jackson, and he had a button that you could press that kept everyone locked out of his room, and he would go in there with kids or whatever. But then you would hear that Michael Jackson would sleep in his room with children, and Michael Jackson would sleep on the floor. But then I also would hear like people who would say that he anally raped them as well. And I don't know what happened. If he was going to abuse anybody, though, don't you think he would have abused Macaulay Culkin or like Corey Feldman or like one of like I don't know the people who they made out to be really close to him or Emmanuel Lewis? they didn't go into any of that. All of those people said he was only the nicest person. He was a kid at heart. He loved children, but that was because he felt like his childhood was taken from him. And I think it was. He was playing in strip clubs as a young person, and they didn't even go into that in the movie, but I think they should have if they were really telling the truth. They just basically had him in clubs, and he was really in strip clubs. And like I remember he like people would say like the strippers would like take care of it basically because he was a little boy performing on the stage and they would like look out for him in the dressing room and stuff. And he just basically had his childhood taken from him. And there are rumors, that his record label could have put people up to him or rival record labels because he was the most bankable person basically in the music industry at that time. And then from there, all the other people who said that he touched them or whatever, all based their stuff on the earlier case. So it was like a house of cards. If the first case falls, then all of the cases, there's a chance that they all can fall. Um, Now, from an asexual standpoint, yeah, they didn't go into this in the movie, but I heard that Joe Jackson had made his son a castrato, basically like crushed his balls so that he would have a very high voice. But then I've heard recordings of Michael Jackson. I've heard Michael Jackson, yeah, use a different voice that's a lot deeper than the voice that you think of when they have Michael Jackson. Um,
Yeah.
I He would go on these dates with like the biggest women in the 80s, Madonna, Brooke Shields, you name it. But he was never. They were never his girlfriend. They were like friends of his who he would take as arm candy to the Grammys or to the Oscars, whatever. Um, the Radio Music Awards or whatever. The he never had anybody. Even when he married Lisa Marie Presley, they kissed in public, which wasn't like a big thing to do in the '90s. Like to have that public um, PDA, and it was very much like for a for tabloids, for like a photo shoot. It didn't look like they were really in love. Frankly, Michael Jackson didn't seem like he was like a person who wanted to be in love with a woman. He Though he very well could have. You know, I'm gonna look this up. Uh, who did Michael Jackson lose his virginity to? So this is what I remember. Michael Jackson was still a virgin at 35. Lisa Marie claims, and
Still a virgin at 35.
yeah, and she said that Lisa Marie was the first person he slept with. So um, he had only kissed Tatum O'Neal and had non-physical relationships with Brooke Shields and Madonna. Jackson also allegedly told Presley that Madonna had once tried to hook up with him, but nothing happened. Other accounts differ. Jackson once claimed in an interview that he had lost his virginity to Tatum O'Neal, though she later contradicted this. Additionally, some sources suggest a family member attempted to arrange for prostitutes to take his virginity when he was returned, but the encounter did not reveal sexual activity. So I think that I would believe Lisa Marie Presley on that one, though, because like it just that just seems how it was. So he probably tried it with her. They were married or whatever. He didn't like it. He just seemed very asexual, and um, asexuality was not like a thing that was really at all talked about. But you were weird. Everybody thought you were homosexual. That's another thing they didn't go into in the movie was anything sexuality based around him. But I remember when I was a kid, people would talk about he was a girl or that he was gay. It was like that. That was those were like the insults that they would give him. Um,
Anybody who calls him girls is
he, he,
like killing a man.
yeah, but they would just say it because of his voice and um, he just didn't have that machismo, manly kind of look. Usually, as a man gets older, they become more man-like, and he became more feminine, which is like the opposite. Um, and his just look changed so much, which he had uh, a psychological issue where he uh, I forget what it's called. What is it called? When you get to the plastic surgery. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. He had botulism. And, if you have a plastic surgeon that doesn't do something right, then you got to go to another one. And there's only so much cartilage in your nose. And you get his chin and all kinds of other stuff. Now, one thing that he would say is that, like, I think he at one point said he didn't have plastic surgery. And then he said maybe under oath or something, he said he had to have a rhinoplasty done or something. But then he'd go into like that whole Pepsi incident where, he said he had burns or whatever. A thing that wasn't ever taken seriously was the fact that he had vitiligo. Basically, the changing of his skin that you could see on his hand.
Yeah, I know about vitiligo.
And Joe Rogan has it?
Yeah, because I know vitiligo is also a spectrum. Some people have it on like on certain part of their body. It could be on their thigh or it could be somewhere
That's right.
like somewhere that you wouldn't normally see anything like it have floated.
Right, exactly. And if Michael Jackson had that somewhere, I know it was bad on his hands, and that was seen a lot. That's why sometimes he would wear the gloves and stuff. Um, he just, I could see it if my hands started going pure white, and I was in the spotlight all the time, and I would be really subconscious about that. And they had some kind of skin bleach. I might use that so that all my skin looked the same. If I had a really intense body dysmorphia and everything. Um, I can't blame him on that. But when I was a kid, that was always a thing. Like he was rejecting being black. He was trying to be someone who he wasn't. And you're the only person I know who's seen the movie, so I'm glad that I've gotten an opportunity to talk to somebody about it. But all of the events that we're talking about are going to have to fit in part two of the movie. And if you're like, are you sure that there's a part two? Here's my evidence. The subreddit of the Michael movie, the official subreddit or whatever, that one says it's a definite. The movie at the end says his story continues. So it's almost like to be continued. Um, and there's just so much more of it. Like, there's no way they're going to stop it. It's already the highest grossing biopic of all time. Well, wouldn't it make sense to get the other half of that money? But from a biopic standpoint, how do you think it could have been better?
I mean, I think it's pretty good. I do think they could have delved more into his life.
I
They
agree.
could have maybe made it like 2 hours long.
I agree.
Delved more into his life.
I agree, but then people would say this too much. Especially with the short attention spans that people have. Um, I would have. I really think that the movie could have been a trilogy at least, and to get, like he dated Tatum O'Neal and Madonna and Brooke Shields. Those are three big time names, yet they're not covered at all. He had a rivalry with Prince. That's not covered. He did music with Eddie Murphy. That's not covered. He was just larger than life, and he met Princess Diana. That's not covered. And Prince Charles, King Charles. These are like big events that literally you could make an entire movie just about him, Michael Jackson meeting Princess Diana. That could be an entire movie, but they don't even cover it in this one, and they could have. So I don't know. I thought it was for what it was. It was kind of as close to a perfect biopic as you could get. It was very sunshine and rainbows. I get that, but the music couldn't be beaten. Okay, so the acting I would say was very good. The music is one of the best musical scores of all time. It's beautifully shot. Like the scenes are really pretty. Um,
Yeah, the cinematography is good.
Cinematography is good. The dancing is amazing. The like, I understand they can't show me the whole Thriller movie, but they showed enough of it that it was like, yeah, this is Thriller, and they played the song and the dancing and everything was like, yeah, this is Thriller. Like it wasn't like I didn't feel it was cheap or that they just played like 5 seconds of Thriller. No, they played like half the song at least, and that was really cool. They played, Billie Jean at the Motown event. That was really cool. Um, they played Bad. They played, Jackson 5 songs. They even went into like Ben, like even some of the lesser known songs. So from a dancing perspective, it was an excellent movie. From a music perspective, it was excellent. From an accuracy standpoint, I didn't really see anything in it that I thought it was like, oh, that didn't happen that way. It was all kind of seemed like it worked that way, and that's why I would give it like out of 100, like a 95 out of 100. I would take a few points off for the CGI of the chimpanzee, and the fact,
Yeah, that was
and the
made me laugh like it don't happen on regular.
yeah, and then the fact that I know something's coming, but if I were to just watch this um in a for the movie what it is, I would want to hear from someone what they didn't like about it. They might say, I don't think Jafar Jackson did a good job. I would say, who's going to play Michael Jackson better? Like, you're basically saying that, like, the only person who could play him is Michael Jackson, which is kind of true. So Jafar Jackson, he did a phenomenal job.
I think he did a great job. He's a great dancer. I mean, he literally spinning anything was Michael Jackson. He looks just like Michael Jackson despite his accent.
I agree. The thing that actually impressed me more than that was his voice. I just thought his voice sounded like Michael Jackson. That
It's like it's crazy. And he was like I never mixed Michael Jackson's nephew, and he actually looks like he's like Michael Jackson's son.
that's what you expect Michael Jackson's son to be.
Crazy how like they're uncle and nephew, and yet like he looks more like him than he does like his own dad.
But I do get that the kids had a white mother, so that's going to cause some issues. But nevertheless, um, when I look at Paris, I don't see anyone like her. Like I can't say like her nose looks like that. She has these like bright green eyes, which like Michael Jackson didn't have. He had brown eyes,
Yeah,
and that's a pretty dominant trait. And so I don't know about Debbie Rowe or whatever, but it's just like um, I don't want to take anything away from her because I know she loves this person who she considers to be her father and everything. But it's just like of anybody who was gonna have something weird going on, it was Michael Jackson. Um, so uh, I, I I would ask someone what didn't you like about it, and if they were like they could have gone into the trial and all of that kind of stuff, I would say that's not what this movie was about. This was the beginning of his life until like basically like 1990. So from like the 50s to the 90s, or 50s to the late 80s. What did they cover? Like it had uh, like the acting was very good. I don't think you can deny anybody did a bad job in it, or anybody didn't do a good job in it. The monkey, that's so minor. I'm the person who's like thought that was bad. The music is amazing. The dancing is amazing. The cinematography is beautiful. The cars are cool. I could see somebody saying, well, there's not a lot of action. It's not an action movie, it's a biopic. And even still, if you want action, he's got the best dancing of any movie that you're going to see. So, what more could they have done? So, that to me makes this like a very, very good movie. And I'm really tough on movies. I saw Disclosure Day, and I was interviewed about it multiple times, and it's like, frankly, as a disclosure advocate, I thought it could have been better. But the Michael Jackson movie, in my opinion, somebody, or I said this, and I'm really, biopics are generally my favorite kind of movies, aside from like Goodfellas or Casino, like real crime movies. I really love those, even the Godfather stuff. I love mafia movies and stuff, but
Yeah, me too.
so, and this is controversial because I don't get really into comic book movies and that kind of stuff. I like realism.
Yeah,
I like realism.
I like actual comic books. I don't care for the Marvel movies.
I get that. I get that. So my and this is controversial, but at least my favorite movies have been biopics, and I really from 2015 to 2020, my favorite movie, at least from a biopic standpoint, but perhaps just movie period. I love the movie The Founder with Michael Keaton as Ray Kroc. From 2020 to 2025, I love the movie Air, the Michael Jordan shoe documentary or shoe biopic, which they don't show Michael Jordan in it except from behind. But I thought that was really well done, and that has Ben Affleck and Matt Damon in it. And then there's Michael from like 2026 and on that I thought was really good. Now, the movie Air. Did you ever see the movie Air?
No.
It came out during the pandemic, and it was on Amazon. But it's one of those movies that could have been in the theaters. My man, I'm gonna name the soundtrack for this movie, and you're gonna. I mean, you're not a child of these movies, but you know a lot of these songs. All right, here we go. It is aside from the Michael Jackson soundtrack, in my opinion, it's got to be the best soundtrack ever. All right, it's Money for Nothing by Dire Straits. Blister in the Sun by Violent Femmes. Ain't Nobody by Ruthless and Shaka Khan. Sister Christian by Night Ranger. All I Need Is a Miracle by Mike and the Mechanics. Born in the USA by Bruce Springsteen. Serious by the Alan Parsons Project. Rock the Casbah by The Clash. My Adidas by Run DMC. In a Big Country by Big Country. Tempted by Squeeze. Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper. Can't Fight This Feeling by R.E.S. Speedwagon. That is a really good Soundtrack to me, like maybe another movie with a really good soundtrack is Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump has an amazing soundtrack. Soundtracks to me really can carry a movie in a lot of ways because it makes me think, oh, what a cool scene or whatever. And I really like that. I really like
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Just like the soundtrack in serious games,
exactly.
like a really good soundtrack can make a mediocre game just better.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, this isn't a mediocre game by any means, but I remember the first time I played Grand Theft Auto Vice City on PlayStation 2, and do you know what the first song that is playing in Grand Theft Auto Vice City on the original PlayStation 2?
I forgot the original song of GTA Vice City. What
That's
is it?
it's Billie Jean by Michael Jackson, and I could not believe that Michael Jackson was in a video. Like, how did they get the rights for Billie Jean, arguably his biggest song? And you're cruising in Miami in the '80s, listening to Michael Jackson. I just thought that was the bee's knees. I played that game so much. I had 100% completion on it. It's the only game I've ever played with 100% completion, I think. And I just remember being like enthralled. That game had one of the best soundtracks. That game, in my opinion, has the best soundtrack of all time. It is.
Oh yeah, another. Speaking of Michael Jackson, I also like the Sega Genesis. I like Michael Jackson theme.
Yeah, those are interesting.
Yeah, it's a good beat 'em up.
Yeah. Um. So with with I would I for anyone who didn't like the movie Michael Jackson or the movie Michael, I would just want to ask them why. And I'm somebody who doesn't really like movies. I think movies are kind of, frankly, old technology, especially with the ability to stream series and get really deep into stories. Movies are basically a thing of the they're um they're in many ways just like outdated. That oh, I have to go somewhere, I have to spend $20, $30 for all this stuff, and then for whatever reason, if I want snacks or something, they're just inordinately expensive for whatever reason. Like nowhere else do you have that where you go to like a store and it's just like oh, inside this place it's 30 times and up, like, or like I don't know, the popcorn. Like where do you get popcorn? I don't know. Like or just even candy. If I go to a gas station and buy a, um, let's just say, Sour Patch Kids, it's like, I don't know, $1.50 or something. But in the movie theater, it's $5, and it's literally like across the street. That usually doesn't happen anywhere else, where you can just really price gouge people. Usually there's like some kind of legislation against that, but for whatever reason, because of the power of the movie industry, it just is what it is. Um, but like, I usually I would just think that a movie like Michael, it could have been a 5-part series on Netflix or something like that. It doesn't have the same panache. It doesn't have the same carry as that. It certainly would have made $1 billion or whatever. But anybody who
Yeah,
didn't,
there was an actually good like chronologic document of Michael Jackson's life and objective and accurate manner.
that's exactly right. I kept looking at this movie. Normally, when I watch a movie, I'm always like, how much more time until it's over? Because I just I'm doing so many different things, and many times I think the movie's almost like a racing like something. This one, I would check and see how much time's up, and then be like, how are they going to cover all this stuff? Like, there's not enough time, and I really enjoyed it. And I want to see someone who didn't like. I'm going to look up. Negative review on the movie Michael. Like, what are they going to say? The music was bad? Okay, so Roger Ebert, at least on his website, he's the best. Like review, Michael Jackson biography is bad. It's bad, like they're just trying to play it. Why are you saying it? The moment the gaudy logo for Michael Jackson's former company, Optimum Production, pops up in the opening credits, the Ridge logo, Antoine Fuqua might have had some cameras and microphones on hand to produce moving images and sound of the estate-approved King of Pop biopic. But make no mistake about it, Michael isn't a movie. It's a filmed playlist in search of a story. Okay, I mean you can call it a film playlist, but it's like the best playlist of any artist ever. So what did they say? Michael, the first half of the Cliff's Notes of the singer's life, the first half of the Cliff's Notes of the singer's life features the Jackson siblings as executive producers. In every cloying moment, you can notice their fingerprints all over this plastered jukebox picture. Michael has already caused many to question what's missing. Janet Jackson, which is a good point. They don't really go into Janet, who indeed doesn't exist in the universe. Yeah, they never had Janet. I didn't even think of that. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
And any reference to the singer's legal troubles, though that bankrupted moral and narratively cowardly positioning by Kukla certainly doesn't help either. But the absence of those elements isn't what breaks the insipid biopic. It's the lack of any complex interest in Michael himself. Built on the stringent chronological storytelling that makes choppy recreations inevitable, Michael, which spans from 1966 to 1988, possesses only one redeeming quality, the king of pop's music. Fuqua wastes little time deploying this precious asset, snapping viewers away from the film's opening images of the black-clad singer awaiting enchanted audience back to Michael's humble beginnings. Michael, the adorable person who plays the young artist, revealed through Valley, and his older brothers are in the living room while practicing. Yeah, we know that. Contrary to his dogmatic dad's orders to look him in the eye, we know that the repetitive biopic is afraid to navigate the singer's anxieties, traumas, and frustrations, and its flat characterization prevented from interrogating Michael as a creator of her dream. Michael leaps from one event to the next without reflection or pause. I'll give them that. They do just go from one thing to another. Hastily attempting to summarize an accepted mythology of the singer's unlikely rise to stardom in a surprisingly tight 127-minute runtime. I agree with this. Fuqua seems to care little about the quality control. When the film's first 20 minutes, we zip within the film's first 20 minutes, we zip from 1966 and the Jackson first began touring to Motown's discovery of them in 1968 and into the early recordings with the seminal label in 1969. Fuqua doesn't stop to let viewers consider the fraught implications of Joe sending his son to work in an adult club, or how Michael was often at times singing about sexualized themes that were beyond his reach. And I admitted that the breakneck pace bellies what must have been the director's initial intent, which was probably sliced away in the edit. Clearly, he wants to draw connections between the singer's permanent childlike state and the mature sights he witnessed by the singer. But Fuqua's desires are sanded away to make enough room to play the singer's earworm wonders. And I agree, there's just so much to fit in it. True to its title, Michael doesn't make much space for its other characters. Agreed, the singer's brothers are glorified extras. That's absolutely true. We don't learn which brother Michael is closest with. That's absolutely true. Which he fought with the most. They don't go into any of that. Or who he laughed at.
Which brother was he closest to, and did he fight with the most?
No, no idea. To this day, and while one could argue the biopic is about the singer, not his brothers, isn't your relationship with your sibling a reflection of who you are? Michael isn't interested in those human details. It has nothing original to say about him or those around him that can't be found elsewhere. As a result of that, Domingo gives the worst, most caricatured performance of his career. He's not playing a real person. The talented actor is relegated to portraying the boogeyman. These underwhelming characterizations undermine the potential emotional impact Michael's arrested development should have. Michael getting Bubbles the chimp, who might be the best drawn character apart from the singer. So this guy thinks it's the best drawn character, maybe not like the CGI whatever. Along with giraffes, the snake, and children's toys aren't the quirky traits of genius. They're a cry for help because Fuqua often plays these scenes for laughs as if we're meant to fall at Michael's absurdity rather than to sit with the obvious things. Jafar Jackson's Your Name Son offers a few momentary glimpses of a puppet's soul. The singer's decision to reduce the size of his nose to more accurately match Peter Pan, his favorite character, carries a mournful weight because of Jackson's unexpected emotiveness. Jackson's sturdy character was helps scenes around Barry Gordy, Lamen's Hate, and Michael's steadfast bodyguard Bill Grady, Keelan Durrell Jones, hit the mark by showing how the singer often saw father figures in others, but there's little else he can accomplish with the biographic material, which can't help but make viewers aware that Michael was kind of charitable toward children. Whether Fuqua is able to follow up a sequel and give these scenes greater context beyond just making the main remains to be seen. Michael is only portrayed as the victim here, which is not to say the singer didn't endure cruel horrific events. From his father's abuse to the Pepsi incident, which is depicted in the film, rather, he possesses no flaws, personal opinions, or definable traits. He only exists to overcome Joe's form of emotional violence towards violence against him. Michael is hollow. Even the musical sequences leave much to be desired, largely due to the incomprehensible camera work. Fuqua takes the time to find intriguing compositions like his focus on Michael's mental themes during the No Time 25 performance of Billie Jean, or Michael's working through a choreography of Beat It, only to opt for an inane inane hands behind the crowd. Such nauseating movement wants whatever power and provocative photography might hold by committing the one sin the singer even chastises the cameraman about the one sin. You can't remove the energy from the dance. The King of Pop potent song will certainly paper over some of the spectacle deficiencies, but they can't obscure the fact that, unlike its subject, Michael isn't artistically immediately entertaining or boundary pushing. It's Beyonce so unchallenging. You're better off either queuing up the Jackson miniseries or marathoning Michael's incredible music videos and watching shoddy recreations of them. To the person who wrote this, Robert Daniels, I get what you're saying. Like the thing that stands out the most is Michael, the movie is Beyonce, that it's unchallenging. I get that. I get that.
So you think it's challenging in that they they didn't want to be controversial
Exactly.
and yeah,
Tony,
just tell
Tony's my friend. He does a podcast. What up, Tony? How you doing, friend?
No,
Tony, what's new?
I, nothing innocent.
Okay. You ready for up? You ready for updates, big man?
Update? Wait for update?
Yep. Okay, so I did a podcast yesterday. The guy has 7,000 people on YouTube, but he averages on Spotify 70,000 downloads per episode.
Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, it is huge, and they haven't published that yet. I did run into some technical issues in the second half of the podcast. I don't know if it was my computer, but I was getting choppy. But that's okay because that was just a live stream. We did it on StreamYard, which does localized saving. So hopefully the version that it's saved on my end is better for the the audio. But like I was saying to this guy, we were talking about the Israeli space program, and I was going into like this deep knowledge that I have of this one individual, and we got into talking about my project, and I was like, "Would you please type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filter my live?" And after some time, he finally saw what I was talking about, and all my live streams, and he's like, "I've never seen anything like this. This is a really big deal. I'm a filmmaker. You've been doing this for 4 years," and I'm like, "Yeah, it is a really big deal." So when he publishes that, uh, God willing, that interview on Spotify, I think that that might be really big because, frankly, like the biggest um, the biggest podcast I've ever been on basically has like 1,000 views on it. It has on just one of the channels. It's uploaded a bunch of places, but um, to get 70,000 people, that's a big deal. And then get this, Tony. Remember that big fish I was trying to reel in at 250,000 YouTube subscribers? We're doing that one on Saturday.
So you're on. I'm happy for you, brother.
Thank you, man. So I've been working hard on those, and so like I was telling Paul, I did everything that I could in this podcast. I was professional, and I did my best to ensure that I could do everything I could to control. I can't always control the internet. I can't always control technical issues.
Yeah.
I know the first part of the podcast was good. From a technical aspect, perhaps the second part was a little choppy. But again, we haven't heard it from the perspective of the locally saving on my computer and uploading it, and I'm thinking that would be a better version. And as I said to the podcaster, uh, even let's just say all of the sound sucks, I have it recorded on my end. So you could literally just go to any of my streams and just we could get the audio from that and upload it for Spotify. So I'm not too worried about that. Um, so here's the thing though, there is a catch. The guy yesterday who I did his podcast, he he like he has a contract with Spotify. He's a big time streamer.
Oh,
Yeah, he's a big time streamer. In fact, he's so big that he flies people to him in Boston to do interviews. And like that's a big deal. That's like Joe Rogan level. And and I was uh, he was saying like this is gonna get 70,000 downloads probably. He's like I average about 70,000, and the highest he's ever gotten is like 89,000. Now you would think that he has a really big YouTube channel as well. He doesn't because he has a lot of the videos that he has on his YouTube channel behind a member paywall. So you have to be a member to be able to get them. And my video is one of the member paywalls. So how many views does my video have? It has like 500 views, which is good. I'll still take 500 views. But it's not going to have this 70,000 views like I would love it to have, like it's going to get on Spotify, God willing. But with that being said, I'm hoping sometime today that goes live. And then he also put my links in the description, which is good too, so that people will know how to contact me. And yeah, and that could be really good. And then and then the the one on Saturday, God willing, goes smoothly. And then that one's not live, so that's good too. When these things are live, there's so much pressure on the technology, and you've got to be like, there's a live chat and everything. When it's recorded, it's like, hey, it didn't go well, that's fine. We can do that part again or whatever. It's no big deal. And then it's edited and it's really clean. But, I've been talking with Tony about trying to land these two, and I mean, God willing, it works out on Saturday. But the one yesterday, I think I could go. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but there's a chance, a small chance, maybe 1% or 2%, that I could go viral just from that one.
pero I'm certain.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So Tony, we've got Paul here. Paul works nights. He's just working his job. We were just talking about the movie Michael. Tony is a podcaster, and Tony is currently in the interview process for some jobs. Where do we stand there, Tony? Have you been applying for a lot of jobs recently?
Yeah, yeah, I did like almost 2 or 3 jobs in a week. So I will do more today.
Okay, but what did I tell you? Do the one-click apply, and then you can apply to like 500 jobs a day.
Yeah.
You don't? Do you know how to do one-click apply or no?
No.
Okay, so that's what you need to do.
I'm
Go into ChatGPT. Go into ChatGPT. Okay, well, when you get home, go to ChatGPT and ask, how do I do one-click apply for ZipRecruiter and Indeed? And it will show you. And then when you know how to do it, you're like, oh, this is so much easier. It took me all day to do 30 jobs on this one using this one method, but I did 30 jobs in 30 seconds using the second method. Does that make sense?
yep.
Okay, good.
Listen, bro.
Excellent. So I'm glad you came in, Tony. I was excited to tell you that. And God willing, that all works out. And in the meantime, gentlemen, feel free to stay here as long as you want. I have to use the restroom, and I got to get some sleep as well. So, if I'm just seeing when I come back, but
That is going to be
excellent, excellent. And I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves, as you say. Oh, are you there?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I'm glad you got to meet Tony. He's a nice guy.
Is he from India?
No, no, he's from Czech Republic.
Wait, where is he from?
Czech Republic, like Eastern Europe.
Yeah. The podcast big?
No, I just started it. It's slow. But I was able to do four-part podcasts with him on futurology and stuff, and he's been a nice guy. Let's see here. We were gonna look up who was Michael Jackson's closest brother and which one did he play with, and what was his relationship with his sisters. He had 10 siblings. So Randy Jackson is considered Michael Jackson's closest brother in the later years, particularly during the 1990s and 2000s. And Randy Jackson has the same name as the guy from America with Paula Abdul and all that.
American Idol?
Yeah, but not the same guy. Their relationship, however, became strained following the 2005 trial due to monetary disagreements and different child strategies, though they reconciled before Michael's death. Michael also had a complex, often strained relationship with Jermaine Jackson. While they were close during the early Jackson 5 era, tensions rose later, including a notable dispute in the early 1990s where Jermaine felt betrayed by Michael working with other producers. Despite these conflicts, Jermaine remained a key supporter during Michael's legal troubles. Michael shared a deep, unique bond with his sister Janet Jackson, who often referred to as who he often referred to as his twin. They were inseparable as children and shared a profound understanding of the pressures of extreme pain through their though their closeness fluctuated, so both careers skyrocketed. He was also historically closest to Latoya Jackson during his childhood, living with her for an extended period, though their relationship suffered significant rift during her abusive marriage to Jeff Gordon. So it seems like he was closest with Randy, and he had a strange relationship with Jermaine. And it's kind of funny that Jermaine's son is the one who's playing him in the movie.
He beat Michael Jackson, but first, I mean, like I did, like essentially like killed him in the movie.
Yeah. Well, I think we think there's a higher percentage that he faked his death than he was murdered. And um, I mean, there was a whole manslaughter trial with his doctor and everything that basically wasn't murder, but it was manslaughter or whatever. And that guy went to jail for like 2 or 3 years or whatever. Um, but I wouldn't put it past Michael Jackson to fake his death and then just go live in some compound in Bali or something where he never goes outside. And if he does, he wears a mask or whatever. And like he's just known as a really wealthy person. Um, he could have a compound somewhere in another part of the world. I know he was internationally known, but if you think that he could already change his face in so many different ways, if he wanted to, if he wanted to, he could either have his face changed or he could just wear masks, and most people would never know the difference. Um, the reason what makes me say this, I know you probably don't have time to look at it now, but the day after
Probably, yeah.
the day after Michael Jackson died, they had one of Michael Jackson's friends on Larry King Live, and this friend was a burn victim, and this friend looks like they could have been Michael Jackson just wearing a mask. And uh, I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's like um, there are people who want to believe that that's true. Michael Jackson burn victim. Um, and this guy's name is Dave Dave. Um,
And I guess this guy had never been seen, like he had never been seen before. He somehow like comes up and says, "I'm Michael Jackson's friend."
he was. Um, he had been seen in a couple other times, but so the burn victim is a close friend of Michael Jackson named Dave Dave. At age 6 in 1983, he suffered severe burns to 90% of his body after his father set him on fire. Friendship, he met Jackson in the 1980s, becoming a protege and close friend. Jackson treated him like a younger brother and invited him to Neverland. Career, he became a respected conceptual artist, music producer, and music video director. He died in 2018 at age 42. But uh, the the thing is, if you were this close with this guy, you could say to him, "Hey, I got a mask that looks like you. I'm gonna go on Larry King Live or whatever, and just so that my fans know that I'm not gone. Anybody really wants to see through this will be able to see that I'm still here." If I go to the Larry King Live interview, it's just really peculiar. Like, um, let's see here. So the first comment says, the highest rated comment is, listen to his first answer. To liberate myself from the confines of my father, he is a criminal. To free myself of his name and his legacy, I decided to become my own person. And then they say, it's Michael Jackson, or it's MJ. And then somebody else says, Dave had a different voice and accent. This is MJ. The next person says, anybody after this movie, Michael 2026, Michael Jackson legend lives on. The next person said, like everybody in the comments thinks it's Michael Jackson. And
Is it even like his mannerisms, like when he talks?
it looks like,
Does it sound like Michael?
uh, let's see. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Yeah.
It kind of sounds like Michael Jackson. Um, but like everybody in the comments, I know they're wishful thinkers, but this was just such a weird thing for this random person to do the day after the death. And then there's some other evidence. Um, like, there was always the argument that Elvis had, you know, had, didn't really die in 1977. And there were some interviews with Priscilla Presley, his ex-wife, and she says, we just talked to him the other day in an Oprah interview from the 1990s. And it was like, wait, why did you just say that? What do you mean you just talked to him? And they didn't go into it. Evidence of Michael Jackson was um,
Was it like probably like a subconscious slip up?
it could be, and
Maybe like,
she's a very spiritual person, but so there are people who say that he is in Brazil. Other people say um, like there's just it has its own Wikipedia page. Um, it's one of those things though that Michael Jackson was worth more dead than alive, and when an artist gets to that point, they can just they have enough money. Why would like it's not like we ever saw his body. You know what I mean? It's not like he was assassinated in front of a bunch of people or stuff to hide that. It was just like, oh yeah, he's dead.
yeah,
Um, and I don't know if you've ever seen the masks that the CIA has, but they're like Tom Cruise has worn one in a Mission Impossible movie. You can't tell that it's not that it's, that it's Tom Cruise. You cannot tell. They've even worn these things. The chief of the masks department of the CIA one time wore one to George Herbert Walker Bush in his own office, and he could not tell. Like you can't tell these things until you're, even if you're really close up. They're like they have like every hair is manually put in and everything. So the mask could be a thing. But I mean, uh, you could just have a bunch of people in Brazil sign non-disclosure agreements, and they're working for some rich billionaire. They don't know who this is, and it turns out that Michael Jackson could shave his head, or dye his hair, or just wear a mask if he ever wants to go out, and nobody's going to really know any differently. And he lives in a big compound, which is what he did at Neverland Ranch anyway. And he just goes and lives his life. And if he ever wants, he could perhaps see his kids if he wanted to, if they would keep it a secret or whatever. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's what the theory. But we have yet to encounter an incident in global history where someone has successfully faked their death and it was brought to public, except for like maybe some small time cases. And I just don't think that it is so out of the realm of possibility that it hasn't ever happened.
yeah.
So, you were asking though, could he have been murdered? Yeah, he could have been murdered. But, I mean, arguably, whatever that doctor prescribed him or whatever. I had it's called propofol. Hold on.
Yeah, because I know
Michael
Michael
Jackson,
Jackson,
mother's milk.
he was thought to be like people were after him
That's true too.
with
Oh,
some of his last illnesses.
Conrad Murphy, propofol. I had surgery on my feet many years ago, and I went under anesthesia. And when I awoke, there was a nurse there, and she's like, "How do you feel?" And I was like, "Man, I feel great." And she's like, "You should. You were given propofol, which is what killed Michael Jackson." And I was like, "Man, I can see how you could get addicted to this stuff because I felt really good after taking it." Um, so I've even taken the drug that he took. It's an anesthesia, and I uh, let me look at the biggest case of someone who faked their death. Like John Darwin, a British former officer who staged his own death in a canoeing accident. Like that's really small, and it was British. Like somebody did it in like a Russian journalist, and like nobody's done it as a big person. Um, well, a Georgia banker who faked their death in 2012. But I mean, none of these have ever been of the level of like a household name. We've never known of like Prince to fake their death, or I don't know, Elvis, or um, Tupac is a good one. Yeah, definitely. Biggie or Kobe Bryant. Like, there's never been anybody like that. And I've heard that there's basically an equation that's done, and you become where your estate is worth more than what you'll ever bring in ticket sales. And when that happens, you just bounce. The argument's made with Elvis, and there's all kinds of evidence towards that Elvis theory. A lot of evidence. There's pictures. Allegedly, he was even in Home Alone. There's a guy in Home Alone that nobody can identify that looks just like an older Elvis. And like, what's the evidence with Elvis? Elvis was going to go on tour the next day. How about Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson was just about to go on his history tour. And it's like you get all these people to buy up tickets and all this kind of stuff. It's like at the peak of when you would want to bounce. And there's, like the thing with Priscilla Presley saying, we just talked with him. There are allegedly, like Elvis was in the DEA as a narcotics agent, as like a secret narcotics agent, which is true. And so it's very easy. He already had connections within. He was a sworn officer of the government to eradicate or try to eradicate narcotics in the 1970s. It's pretty easy that they could have just said, "Okay, now you're going into witness protection." It's not that strange. Um, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know what happened to Michael Jackson. All I know is that there's been the argument that he's like the third most famous person of all time. There's the Nazarene, there's Muhammad, and there's Michael Jackson.
Yes. Who would be after? I wonder who would be after Michael Jackson. This person.
He's kind of big up there.
Is it like most famous people?
Yeah, recognizable. Um, and it depends who you poll, where you poll. But yeah, he's got to be up there. Michael Jordan is quite famous as well. I wonder if Jordan is more famous than him. I think he is, especially with younger people. They would like they know the shoes, and you only get into Hitler when you get older. Like if you ask a 12-year-old right now, do you know who Hitler is? They're probably like, no. Do you know who Michael Jordan is? They'll be like, you mean like the Jordan shoe? Yeah. There's an argument, but then there's an argument to be made of Messi or like LeBron.
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo. Yeah. Um, those athletes kind of come and go. Uh, there's an argument today that a 12-year-old doesn't know who Michael Jackson is because
I mean, that could be believable. Yeah, I was gonna say anything that shows speed is like Michael Jackson is like legit out.
yeah, that's a good way to put it. Now, you could show a baby boomer HSP, they've never heard of him. You could show Generation
Yeah,
X HSP, they've never heard of him. You could show Millennials HSP, they've never heard of him. Some have. You show Generation Z, they've heard of him, but Generation Alpha, Mr. Beast, and those guys, any YouTuber, that to them is Michael Jordan.
yeah. I mean, I was born in 1994, so I guess I'm mostly him.
Right. So who would be the big person for you? Probably Michael Jackson.
I
You,
would say when I was like, well, actually, when I was like a kid, it was more like elementary school. I mean, you already know, like Bam Margera and Jackass.
yeah, but they're not like they were big for you, but like global appeal.
I'm saying global. I mean, probably Kobe Bryant,
Okay. Yeah, or LeBron.
Michael Jordan, LeBron.
Yeah, that was still young.
So
He's still young.
LeBron is still big.
Right. Um, Britney Spears is big,
Yeah.
and she was really big during the 2000s. Um,
How old are you?
I'm 40. I'm a man. I'm 40.
Okay.
So I was born in
Yeah. So
1985, so I have a few years on me, and thus, like, my timeline slightly shifted. But, so to me, the biggest person of the 80s was Michael Jackson. The biggest person of the 90s was Michael Jordan. The biggest person of the 2000s is probably, people will say Kobe. I could, but okay, if you were to say that, people could say I'd probably just to make it easy, maybe say Kobe. Of the 2010s, it would be LeBron, and the 2020s, it's probably it's still probably LeBron, but I don't know. I think you probably could say Messi from a global standpoint. Um,
yeah.
and I'm trying to think like of any television show. TV isn't a big as big. Like to get that big, you have to be like a superstar athlete or superstar musician. Like no television
People are
show
thinking. People think of
of what?
everyone thinks of ISOC.
Uh, yeah, but if you show a middle-aged woman, she has no idea who it is.
No, no, I meant like among like Gen Z, or ISOC people.
I would I would say Mr. Beast just because he's got the number one
Yeah.
spot of the most followers or whatever. Um, but that's all inflated, so believe what you want. You know, he says he's got 500 million followers or whatever, but like most people over age 40 don't know who Mr. Beast is. They might have heard the name, but they wouldn't be able to tell you his name's Jimmy
Yeah, but
Donaldson, anything like that.
yeah, everybody knows Misty. Like they know 50 Cent. Regardless of age. Yeah.
Yeah, generally, like more so, I think, than perhaps some other guys. But uh, to me, like I still think Michael Jordan. Oh, this is an interesting thing. I saw a video of Michael Jordan in Italy. Um, and he was just walking around, and he was not attacked by like a whole bunch of people. Now he had bodyguards with him and stuff, but he's at the point now where he just looks like an older man, and nobody's screwing with him, even though he's 6'6".
It's also because basketball, the NBA runs international. I mean, it's only Americans in the NBA fans who recognize the sport.
No, it's
Yeah,
surprising. No, it is very international. With China and Europe, it's really big.
yeah, but still, like, Messi or Ronaldo could never do that, even at their old age.
Well, they're big now, so I'm going to agree with you. But like Ronaldinho or the previous Ronaldo, like in their heyday, they couldn't do that. But now that they're retired, they can do that a lot better. It's just because the guys are on TV. TV does a lot for that.
Is it is it Celine Dion or whatever? Like that that Belgian girl who makes like soccer content, and then she like spins teaming. She's a YouTuber. What's the most YouTube you're down all time?
I thought
Like
it,
in terms of subscribers, in terms of views.
that very well could
I'm sure you know. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about.
be. No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've never watched her videos, but I know she was recently like having the most like views on YouTube views, video views. It was like 27. She makes soccer content. She made a video with Ronaldo.
Yeah, I get it. I've never seen something like that. But I'm not super big into soccer aside from the World Cup.
Yeah. So you've been watching the World Cup.
Yeah, probably missed the game today. But, yep, I watched the United States game on Monday.
Did you watch Argentina play Egypt?
I was just, I had I watched the second game, which was Switzerland beat Switzerland beat Colombia. I watched that. Speaking of their games today, we've got France
Yeah.
and France and Morocco at 1 p.m. Pacific. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to check that out, but in the meantime, I gotta get some sleep on that. Talking to you all night, man. Love this. I really enjoyed it. But, all right, my friend. You take care of your channel, enjoy yourself, best wishes, and really great job working on shout out to Paul, everybody.
One of my favorite parts of watching Michael on pay-per-view is Sting and Seth. 2 minutes and 20 seconds for either previously held record for Jim Watson. 2.5 minutes, and then followed up by 7 minutes of a killer interview. My favorite part of it was watching one of the second scene of the first review, so I'm really clear on how he communicates to me about his performance on the show. So I have to say, major shout out to Matt and to the show. This is really living up to that title. So, Michael was owning it. He really was the leader of the defense when he came on plus 2 years. all the answers are going to be so simple. You guys ready to start tonight's episode or what? Come on, Ox. This is the number one live podcast in the world. You guys ready to start this show? There's tons of people upstairs. There's tons of people on the sidewalk. Take a seat on both sides of the sidewalk. Well, that's what you do. Your first meeting going up tonight. Anything can happen. We always could have a match. It's first time by you. 30-year local veteran of the game. It's a tough spot. Man is playing right over others. Grocery store. How people sign up for the show and miss the spot, to be honest. We're getting from the back. And for your listeners over here, is anybody down there? You know what? One more time, make some noise for Andrew. So that's just one level. Some of the cheese, a lot of people, cheese, style. 163 ice cold, and there's nothing I really want inside them, but I keep going back just to check. It's like, are you sitting in here? Oh, you are. All right, great. Let that drink be what you ever want to be. Things that you cherish, just so you know. No taking that's going on me. Shit has happened in my bed that I won't forget. One last thing. All the testosterone, always kind of have a lot of
it's crazy.
Check it out. It's called Sam's Smokehouse in Golden Acres. My favorite day when I go to Sam's Smokehouse in Golden Acres before the show. Have a sit with Tony. They're in the wet rooms, yellow rooms, afterwards. It's like a Tony goes super factory. How about a hand for the band, everybody? They're here. John Hanks is on the keys. Check out this band. Tony Hanks vodka. Alkaline vodka. John Hanks is out this weekend. Fucking step up to Drinking Madness on time tonight. Sponsors that make tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, are you hiring for spring? What type of role are you hiring for? Maybe you need to hire someone to wear many hats, which will be challenging. Or you might have a similar position available that's taken for a minute to find someone who's great. Help you find qualified candidates and stand down. Try more great